didn't get anything done, honestly, so, we can disregard the past few minutes. Carson, Nimby, how's you guys' day been? I forgot to hit go away for a minute there. I did a meme. I did a meme. Anarchy, welcome, how's your day been? Yeesh, you're not wrong. Dang it, I did something stupid! Ah, my favorite, you're not a sea trope. It's time for you to go and experience pitfall traps. But yes, I'm sorry that things haven't exactly been ideal today, Anarchy. But like I said, don't do anything you'll regret. Because... seriously. Perfect. Oh, the Volt Star in the sky. Still though, Anarchy. I'm sorry that things aren't exactly going well. Of course I end up losing out on that stupid thing, stupid owl. Oh. Well, the staircases always have... they always have a spooky purple color to them. I don't remember having that, honestly. We're probably gonna end up having to experiment by going down all the holes at some point, but for the time being, I can ignore it. Looking at the wall instead, and you spot a decoration like anything you've seen thus far. In its center is a ring-shaped depression. It's the same as something fell from here. You think back to remember if you picked up writing that might match this indentation. You apply the silver ring you picked up previously into the depression in the wall. The silver ring slips into the recessed area as if being stuck inside, completing the artwork. Just then, the bottom of the wall opens like a drawer, revealing a piece of equipment inside. Let's go! I never understood contraptions like that, because it's like, you know... what if you just got something that was just the right size? It wouldn't matter. big at least. Let's do this! Oh, ah. Alright, big guys weak to fire, so you can make this work. And of course, Shanana just died, so, Are we for real out of nectar? Did I for real forget to bring nectar? Well. This is certainly a scenario. Nice, Anarchy. I started late, so it's only fair that everybody might be a little bit less, invested. Forgot not to bring a freaking thing. Can't freaking revive people because I forgot to bring nectar. At least the apple he's dead. Okay, so I've maxed out our other stuff. So, do we want to go for Rapier or Gun Mastery? I think a Rapier might end up being the more effective option in the long run. Just because it's in guns and Rapiers. I mean, elemental chases aren't bad by any stretch. But I do have to make a decision despite that. Thank you for hydrate. Also, boss, hi! Vectalo! Welcome, let's get even. Alternatively, I could potentially invest in Slap Awake. But I also think that might be a little bit, not really necessary, honestly. Though, Camp Mastery in and of itself is not a bad thing to invest in. Final works, achievement, my city. Oh! That's rough. I'm sorry. But yeah, the 2-week Minecraft phase is kind of, sort of, but not really on again. So I'm having some fun with that at least. I'm gonna try to avoid playing on Minecraft too much though. Yeah. Still, it does suck though. But it's at least good if you're getting that money after all. Thank you for the 2 gift subs. You know what? Bandage. And now we head back to town so we can go get everybody back up to working order. Also, Derek B requiring an item is kind of dumb in my opinion. Not even gonna try to justify it, it's just dumb. Yeah, take that last thing, guys, you know. Gotta pay my auto bill. You know what? Thank you anyways. Kanjigami, Lyles, let's get David. Everybody's over. Oh. We have a skill point allocation we can give. Thank you for the 40 favorites, Diablo. Yeah. Wait, a Derek charge costs 12 at maximum. And regular charge only costs 6. Thank you for the 20 bits, Diablo. Stop giving me so much! Making me feel like I'm gonna owe you people something. Very bad feeling that this entire map is just gonna be a series of rooms that I don't want to go into. Never mind, a chest! actually new from the thing there. Nice, yellow. Alright, so we got the lightning version of Hellfire. I would like to give you that, yes. Because I think it matters. I think it's good. A dedicated fan who immediately goes in and asks me for my to add them on Discord. I've never had that one before. It's a very new one. But yeah, so I was browsing on YouTube earlier today. And I saw a video that just absolutely took me aback. A video where I saw a person give a take that was so terrible, so absolutely inconceivably bad, that they honestly made PragerU look reasonable. Like, it's astonishing, honestly. It's just not, it's rare that you think of such things sometimes, but like... It's like one of those deals where like, it's not even necessarily that he gave a bad take. It's just the guy just sat down and like, he was analyzing a freaking PragerU video. And just the whole time, he was just saying nothing. It's like, you ever just see a person and it's so obvious that they are very much convinced that they know their audience agrees with them. And they feel like there's nothing they could ever do to make their audience not agree with them. Like, it was just a video where they're talking, where PragerU is sitting down talking about freaking budgeting. And like, you know, I agreed with the guy when he's like, you know, oh, the, you know, PragerU's over here being really, what's it called? Disconnected with the plight of the common person regarding their actual ability to budget, because budgeting isn't easy these days because a lot of terms. The question really just can't be simply put. How do you really make a decent budget when you can't even really afford to give, to really put much less than, say, 50% of your income towards just your rent alone? And that's a fair point. But he just never said anything. Like, I'm not normally on PragerU's side. I don't like PragerU. But like, Freaking guy manages to actually make a take where I'm just like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Then he mostly just starts joking about how, like, you know, white people should just, you just go to the Indian casino or whatever, and that's how you, and that's just how you should live, so you can make sure that you're gonna, so you can just make sure that you're carrying your white guilt or whatever. It's like, the fuck are you talking about? And he talked so dryly too. That did not do him any favors either. He was talking so dryly too. So I'm just over here wondering. People watch you? No, this guy like live in his name, and I'm gonna sit over there like, jeez. 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Remember that I just hide the propaganda in the completely reasonable common sense at wishing you look my way. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Well, my main thing is, like, you know, you get freaking pregnant, you over here, and, like, the first thing they give you is the 50-30-20 rule, which is, like, 50% of stuff that you need, 20% of, or 30% of things that you want, and then 20% goes into savings, and it's like, yeah, that's not unreasonable. But we live in unreasonable times. All he has to say is that when he gets the bucks. Yeah, all he has to do is just say, yeah, he supports Palestine, and that's it. It's basically over. He already won the moment he agreed with people. No, and like, I wish it could be so simple, honestly. I wish it could be so simple. Okay. Okay. My parents want to live in my pool house. Unfortunately, I do not have a pool house. He wanted the other sheet symbol and come across something like a mural that it didn't. Two of the three motifs in the shape of an equilateral triangle are too faded to make out. No more math! No math! They're gonna make me mad! The right portion, which is all you can see, clearly depicts people living in a city. Like, I just want to be able to get free video. That's all. I just want to play questionable amounts of Minecraft, specifically with the create mod, and then wonder where all the days went. As I'm looking upon the horrific, massive conveyor belts and other such things as I... It's horrible. When you see the room, you suddenly notice a sweet and mellow sporific smell in the air. It seems the amaranthus you've been searching for is near this room's very wall. It would be prudent to investigate the hole's interior and your search for the flower. I can't remember what I was looking for, honestly. Look, comes even. We're fighting the slimes that are trying to seduce me. With their curves and their weirdly human look. They disturb me. You search the area so you can spot the amaranthus flower. There's nothing that could fit the bill here. You like to check elsewhere. Yeah. It's just kind of one of those things, I guess, you know, when like you see people just doing really dumb stuff online. But hey, nobody got famous for being smart. I mean, just look at that one scientist that everybody talks about all the time. You know, the one that talks about space a lot. But like, apparently he's not even really a real scientist, because, you know... Yeah, Neil! Human garbage, that's almost even. You search your experience with the amaranthus flower. Doesn't think fit here like Tictol's flower. And lastly, you notice that one of the flower's fragrance is considerably stronger than the others. You surmise that this most likely is your Amaranthus requested by the princess. You delicately pluck it and put it away so it doesn't fall apart. Your duty to the princess has been discharged. Return the armor out and deliver her flower. We did it, team. We've gotten more political clout. Also, why is it seems like every Etrian Odyssey game eventually results in us having to do some weird politics stuff? You ever notice that? Just one of our nation's rulers is currently sick. Here, we need you to find this MacGuffin item that may or may not give them immortality. But I don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson. But I guess I'm not exactly unique in that regard. I look and sound familiar. Don't know for sure, but welcome, Starbaker. How's your day, Ben? Something to do with vodka power great switch. Trying to blink there, honestly. Yeah. So I guess that guy's gonna be another one of those. Okay, not a good scenario. Play gods down! Play God down! I'll just do binary ace to the quick charge on it. The expected outcome has come to pass. The important thing, however, is that we keep ourselves going at a decent rate. I was wise, however. And I made sure that I had us prepared for this. surprising at all, actually. I expect it to go like way worse. Welcome, how's it even? Your client's gone pretty to spread some setbacks. I could dig it here. So what did Mizu do that caused me a genocide fish? Mizu didn't do anything. It's an old grudge. Look, just because I'm friends with somebody doesn't mean that genocide isn't the answer. Alright. This tile's not the same as the others. So, pitfall? No, it's just differently colored. Exactly, Misa's one of the good ones. Until he dies last. Or first, dead man's choice. Mike Honey, welcome. How's it even? Dang it, it still sounds like it. Even when I try to enunciate it better. You just own it, honestly. You just own it. Yeah. We're gonna look at it and we're gonna just say it. It is what it is. Also, I got my window fixed today. So that's good. Dessert team. I have finally gotten my car fixed. Wow! Fixed is a way of putting it. Yep. Took a really long time to reach this point. Frick! I kinda just did it. I just kinda ran, kept going, and then... well... how's life? Formaldehyde isn't really the worst reward for this. Bumper's still busted, but progress. people will struggle just that little bit more to figure out what my exact what my exact how much I make daily is. The answer is less than that. They will struggle to determine whether or not I actually have insurance. Yes. Exactly. They'll look at me and think, is she something? Poor white, but how poor? Unbelievably poor, you know. Still has a job, poor. Also, the amount of healing that now occurs when characters are just passively is actually really high now. I've been doing a good job of keeping up the healing because it's kind of an objective of mine lately. I'm trying to not end up losing too much. Gonna do some Dungeons and Dragons with the homies soon. That's cool. That's cool. Never could play D&D. Mostly just because I just don't have the time ever. I guess a part of it is on me though. I gotta make the time. As you walk briskly to the undersea temple, you come across a sort of mural at a dead end. Two of the theme motifs in the shape of an equilateral triangle are too faded to make out. The left portion, which you can see clearly, depicts a densely packed forest. Yes. Also, oh no, Bard! They found a Bard! Should I? I'm activating the prevent order on the back line. I'm actually fairly nervous here. Quick before it rolls for seduction. That doesn't roll me there, honestly. Okay, who was wearing a witch's robe? I didn't see anybody wearing a robe. Supposedly that thing was wearing a robe. In reality, however, it was naked, which means we may have just skinned a mermaid just for the love of the game, which... Pretty adventure core, not gonna lie. Very adventure core, honestly. Frick. Lost it. Hmm? Pahu? Pahu? Not something I'm not too familiar with, honestly. What did they do to Littlefoot? Ever since they destroyed the valley's economy. He just hasn't been the same since. It's very tragic, honestly. Alright, progress has been made. Dang it, I forgot to bring tents. No fun camping experience for us. No, we got a decent setup going anyways. I got no clue. All I know is I haven't been able to see those guys before, or I haven't been able to catch any of those guys before, and it's very disappointing. Also, guys, let's freaking go! We got our first. We just got our first actually usable katana. Let's freaking go! I need a tsunami thing, which I'm guessing is something from our boss. spend on the ocean gun. I don't think it matters too much. This thing's basically out of date. Yeah, no bonding over camping for the crew. No moment where Bordmeyer just suddenly realizes he's the only guy in the group and he becomes a little bit uncomfortable with this fact. Tragic, honestly. Just tragic. You know, he also realizes that because of the fact that he's an adventurer, there's a greater than zero chance he's gonna die. He's gonna die a virgin because he's never had anyone in his life. Man, we got some tragedy in here. It's important. It develops characters. It's called development. Classic tale, you know? No, I think that's all I should go for. Accessories. Two tech, minus 20 defense. Just compare it to Star Bandana. Still like minus, geez, almost 30 defense there. I think we'll go first and then... No, you know what? Maximize tech. You've done well to go forth the mission safely, but tell me, did you find it? Yes, this is it, the Amaranthus, that immortal blossom which never perishes. Well done, before we go on, I have a reward for your hard work. Now to business. You wait here while I fetch the princess. hero and for your continued assistance. My heart swells with gratitude at your delivery of the Amaranthus. I feel much better with it. In light of your devoted service to the Khan, I believe it is time I revealed everything. This Amaranthus is used to brew a certain poultice that prolongs my life. Indeed, since the calamity, I have employed various methods to increase my longevity. I defy nature thus because I wish to save my brother who vanished these 100 years ago. My brother believed it was his duty to seal the evil threatening Armor. He descended into the ocean to fight it, but 100 years has passed and the evil remains. As for my brother, he is amnesiac due to Yggdrasil's control, and no longer remembers me either. I wish to rescue my brother from his pitiful state. He was so kind to me, and now... I'm sorry to disturb you, Your Highness, but an emergency has arisen. The Abyssal King and his close advisor are leading a horde into the undersea shrine. I've done some probing into their actions, and they seem to be after a teleportation device. In any event, their movements were so extraordinary that I felt I had to report my liege. A teleportation device? We had such technology in Armor once. If worse comes to worse and one remains active in the Abyss, it could be very troublesome for us. If you are willing to work on our behalf once more, please come back and hear our plea. I'll second the request. I really hope the princess is now returned when you're ready. I can't believe the princess has been pulling that living forever garbage. Not cool. Let's see, it seems the teleportation device exists in the forest stratum that connects the porcelain forest. Find it before the denizens of the deep sea do. Are you ready? Then let's not waste any more time. I'll go fetch the princess. No, I'm sorry, Anarchy. Somehow the princess has returned. Claudia told me everything. Thank you so much. I should inform you of the particulars of this mission. And consider the teleportation device I mentioned previously. I'd like for you to find it. In truth, there seems to be one such device in the porcelain forest where I convalesce. That should be a peaceful, holy sanctuary. It is now infested with hitherto unseen monsters. If by some chance the device in the abyss should be connected to the porcelain forest, I'm greatly concerned about this and what my Yggdrasil-possessed brother may do. Thus, you must find for me the teleportation device before those from the deep city control it. You will face not only the deep ones, but also those of the deep city. The risks will be steep. But I believe that it is within your power to accomplish this. For my part, I have no power. I can only trust in your skill. Please return safely. Thank you. You must be sick of hearing this by now, but there's not much I can do to help. No one knows it may lurk in the shrine's depths. You'd best be on your toes. And remember the secondary mission objective. Come back safely, understood? Yeah, I get it. Also, so do the enemy types that you encountered change based on which side you pick? That'd be kind of cool if so. Also, you gotta love when, just a bunch of stuff goes down. And like, half of the stuff just boils down to family drama. This is the battalion of Knights of Damoven. In recent years, you see the Dragon Seal is weakened. The Ocean City is renowned for its brave adventures, which is why I commence this favor of you. Please team up with our skilled Zodiac and reseal a dragon. Okay, 10 levels above us. That's too much that. We're at about the level we probably could handle this, but too much, just too much. At any rate. So now I think about it, let's take a look actually, because there are actually oceanic quests I could afford to go after. Alright, got a snack now. Let's go for this one. I'm curious how this will go. I'm a fortune teller specializing in ice, but you know what? Ice sucks. It's so cold. My sisters and I argue all the time over whose element is more worthless, but I know I'm right. So please, come with me and let me prove to them once and for all that ice is the lamest element. Alright, I'm gonna be honest. Bordenmeyer, Alana. And this is gonna go horribly. The aura will go way too well, honestly. We might kill it like almost like turn like 1 or 2. See, despite the 3 fortune tellers' foul moods, we finally reached the isle where the huge statue lies. The 3 sisters quickly disembark the ship, pushing each other as they charge recklessly forward. You pursue them into a ruin so dark that you can't tell where they are. At a loss of what to do, the ground suddenly begins to shake violently, probably throughout the island. Like 3 flares, a red, blue, and a yellow light illuminate the darkness. It seems to be a spell. In the glow of their spell, you see the 3 sisters fighting a hulking stone statue. There's no time to think, hurry and join the battle. Okay, so the strat is simple. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, is weak too? He's weak to all elements. Alright, let's just, yeah, we'll just do fire on. It really is just a team that is explicitly designed to take this thing on. Jeez. I forgot that he had a counterattack based on, Alright! That was an attempt. That was an attempt. Okay, so there's an option here. We just gotta do it. Look, for what it's worth, the team kind of almost actually did do that. Do what I thought. I think we almost had this thing dead. We basically had this thing in phase 2 at turn 4. Alright, I think it's time. Bypass the counter. I think this entire team is kind of high-key designed to just die turn 4 or 5. The good news is that he doesn't regen nearly as badly as he could be regening though. So you got that going at least. It's a slow process. However, just because it's slow doesn't necessarily mean that we're gonna have too many issues. Alright, so the lesson learned. It's not that your magic element sucks. It's that you're all retarded. The statue is defeated. You turn around and find the sisters in good spirits, chattering mirthfully. Their high-pitched laughter is a complete reversal of how you found them in the Ocean City. The battle was exhausting enough, but the sound of their spirited giggles only fatigues you more. Disgusted with the sisters as they struggle to keep up, complaining all the while, you set sail again. That's sinister. How's it even, by the way? See, welcome on, Cameron. I really feeling inclined that things went smoothly. Thank you. I was able to reconcile my sisters. I guess there's a reason for everything in the world, around this world. You look exhausted. I guess this day really did a number on you guys. But hey, cheer up. They're lucky this was a token of their gratitude. Honestly, this sagacity book is probably more useful. $57 at the Taco Bell. That is too much Taco Bell, Sinister. Also, wait a second. If the princess has been using that flower from the Abyssal Shrine to stay alive for all this time. For over 100 years. How exactly does she go about the whole Where did they get the... Where have they been getting the flowers from for the past... well, 100 years, because Abyssal Shrine only. So wait a second. Yeah, Tiny Pete's still basically a bunch of levels below. That behind. Which sucks? I forgot to buy tents, by the way. Also, I swear, there's a design from one of the from one of the Sonic games that looks like this. That looks like these. And then again, Atlas is owned by Sega. So I guess it's possible they could just be reusing designs. How lazy of them. And yeah, I was thinking Himokai-san was making original designs. Let's go! Corundum! And we got a coupon! Okay, gotta verify what I was down this path though. I had to use it. You gotta see everything! Small crevice. Ooh. Okay, okay. I have found something. Not useful, but something. I might be able to manage about 100 HP restoration per turn, which is a lot. Damascus Edge Spirit Chips. Not ridiculously expensive, but still. Again, even if I don't have the option, I gotta keep moving. Like, I gotta get the whole map figured out. Because otherwise, I'm bad at map making. Guys. I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can do it. I can't do it. Okay, little guy hits harder than you expect him to, still. And they got nothing for killing it. What is this life I live? What? I mean, this is a bit different than they were. No, like we got a curved corridor this time to explore. Didn't expect that one, seriously. It's evolving, guys. It's evolving. And now I gotta deal with this. You know, I wonder why you just got random knights in here. No. There's not too much way here. That's close and stuff. I certainly hope I'm doing better than the other one, because, you know. Gotta do my best to maintain my incredible rep after all. Well, now I know you're just being nice. Anyways. I understand how it is, so. You worship others. but I'm the one you primarily worship. I'll take the little wins where I can. Nah. I mean, you can send it, sure. I think I need to reiterate the fact that Alana's magic abilities have not been upgraded past level 1. Let's take a look here. Oh, I thought you said he sent something. It's never. No, I'm given. Oh, let's see then. Okay, Sinister, what in the world is this? These like some old Xbox Live voice messages. So wait, so I'm gonna take a look here. Let's see here, Wildling. How much does Beast Soul boost everything? Okay, so it maxes out at 75% attack, 50% defense, 50% HP. And the sacrifice skills cap at 40%. And nature pact is a coin toss. For what it's worth. It is pretty difficult these days. Alright. We're gonna start focusing on getting on a charge. And then, I'll be extraordinarily disappointed in the end. Ah, Dama! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, welcome! How's the stream? Also, like your new model. Congratulations on being able to get a new model. With big booba, of course. And maybe possibly kind of not really a little bit of gaslighting to convince you that they weren't nearly as big as they actually were. I don't know if that actually is a true story or not. I don't know how it's all been going down. Also, Lion Bin, welcome to Steven, and Demon's Eye is even. Not the Duncan, that's even welcome. There. If I told that one, it just made her sound, so I decided it was better to go in with the plot. Man, I tell ya, this new thing you can trust everyone. Just new thing you can trust everyone. Yeah, Dama's new model's pretty cute though. Oh, so she didn't complain for long. It's what not many will complain, I feel like. You know, except me, of course. It's antithetical to my overall aesthetic. Frankly, it's illegal. But again, that's life. That is life. Bigger book. What does that do? I'm assuming that increases vitality. I'm boosting on that boob's vitality. She needs more vitality. She dies too easy. I'm looking forward to hanging out with Dama again tomorrow, so we can both suffer. Suffer and not die. The best possible combination. Like an old school Minecraft trap? Whatever. Whatever. Okay, looks like the setters do not care. Oh, it appears I've done something. Does that something mean anything, however? I keep feeling like I see the prompt for to activate something, but then I don't. All good. All good. It's just kind of nice seeing some enemies just going down like that. Now you have more place to go. I keep adding lines and I don't mean to. It's just I'm tired. Could be. Could be. As you continue investigating the temple, you notice the stone floor on your feet is decaying. Something like vines are visible underneath, but the stone floor seems quite heavy. If you pry away the tiles, you can investigate, but there's always the threat of danger here. Get out the crowbars! We're doing this Romanian style. You crouch and take hold of the stones, grit your teeth and pull with all your strength. However, the stone doesn't budge. It simply seems you don't have the strength at the moment. You give up on the tantalizing vines with sadness and return to your adventure. Well, fine then. I didn't even care. What of it? I don't care about you or your dirty vines. That seem like someone who does care. I don't care. You people, they hate all of you. Fish people. A mysterious artifact shaped like a swimming fish says before you, emitting a faint glow. You're tempted to touch it, but... Touch it? You gingerly touch the object, drawn to its faint light, when the glow intensifies and envelops you. Everyone covers 80 HP and 60 TP. The light is warm like sunlight in spring and relaxes both body and mind. Well, that was convenient. Let's keep going just a little longer. Hopefully there's a wolf girl and human man book. I don't think there is. I'm pretty sure that generally the monster's a guy. Oh! Let's freaking go! The found an exit. Yep, unfortunately. There's just not much enough of a market. In our horrific capitalist world, it's just not possible for a man to be able to enjoy doing it with a cute monster GF. Best I can do is like a man hating, not monster GF, but monster friend with benefits. Anything more is simply asking too much. I'm sorry. Yeah, like put bluntly, you know, like she might do it with you, but like, you know, it's gonna be like, you know, kind of in spite. It's more so to spite her father than anything else, who just really doesn't like humans. But that's all. That's all. That's all the relationship is. Nah, you shouldn't hook up with monster girls. They're all red flags. Each and every one of them is red flags. Oh, girls are monsters, what do you mean? True. We found the dementia owls, guys. Let's go. You just hear it's just like every single sound that comes out of the dementia owl is just it's all a burning memory. It's very tragic, honestly. I probably am a red flag, honestly. Oh, but then again, VTuber. If you watch enough VTubers and don't know that in and of itself is a red flag, I don't know what to say to you at this point. Alright. If the thing in the wall there starts talking to me, I'm tapping out. It just wants a boop, that's all. It just wants a boop. No, they don't, Lion Fan. They do not. In all of my experience, they don't. Feels like I'm seeing Irumiri's kids everywhere. Oh no. Is this a door? The door before you with the deep one on it has no handle and does not budge when you push it. You seem to have no way to open this door at the moment. You leave it be for the moment to explore elsewhere. I've made it my life's mission to become the bigger red flag. Yeah, come on! If you're not gonna listen to her red flags, you need to make sure you step up and be be a red flag for her, you know? You know, if her friends aren't constantly going up to her and telling her, seriously, this is a terrible idea. Why are you doing this? You're gonna ruin your life. Like, if they're not doing that, what are you supposed to do? I'm gonna cite this here at my trial. Look, for what it's worth, no such thing as bad publicity. I know the game. I know the game. And I am eager to play. Jeez. We got a lot of resources still, so I feel like I should keep going, but I did admit. Oh, okay, this is another freed savage. Tony Gonzalez makes it from the bad publicity thing. Yeah, well, he's dead, so his opinions don't matter. Boom. Got him. I don't know who Tony Gonzalez is. There's my brutal honesty right there. Do not know who Tony Gonzalez is. A little bit on the stronger side now. Tony Gonzalez, the guy who did it with a female representative, which eventually led her to X herself. What? So. Why, hello there. Nays will take initiative. What do you mean we were blindsided? Screw you! Wait. So is that how Brandon Herrera is gonna become the God Emperor of the Texan Senate? I have no clue. I'm just joking about right now. Anyways, what the frick is going on? I must be opening. House, Senate, same difference. Wait, okay, so how good is Royalville actually here? There it is. Okay, so cap's at 46 per term. I would have had it cap at... Actually, this is 47... 10... You know, the levels of Royal Veil are unironically really weird. Anyways. Royal Veil is good though, cause it's a very passive skill. It just works. Palpatine is the Senate. I thought he was just a chancellor. What's this about the Senate? Man, our public politics really are complicated. And here I was thinking it was just a bunch of guys playing cards all day, and then everybody doesn't like watching them play cards because nobody actually bets any money on it. Because we're all too afraid to actually do anything. By the way, I wanna note how in KOTOR 2, the existence of the phrase Republic Senate rules for Pazak is, in my opinion, kind of low-key genius. I love it because it has an incredible level of commentary. Okay, you listen here, human garbage. Everybody sucks at Pazak. I don't think there's anybody who ever figured that game out. Or I guess more specifically, I don't think there's a single person who hasn't at some point accused the AI of cheating. Which it does! Sinister, we get it. You are cringe, but you are free. Isn't Pazak this blackjack? Yes, it's okay. Look, it's blackjack, but you have a side deck. It's like blackjack, but if you could slightly have some say in what cards you actually can play. Otherwise, yeah, it's pure blackjack. Yes, you can take numbers down. But again, side deck. Doesn't change the fact that my opponent is always cheating, and you can never change my mind on that. I wager 1 credit, suddenly it's pretty simple. I wager 50 credits, and suddenly everybody sits down and suddenly everybody's just getting the best freaking hands. I call shenanigans! No card game will ever be as convoluted as modern Yu-Gi-Oh! One thing I have learned about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that it will never be like the anime. And that is not okay. My personal favorite though is when like you see a random clip and like a person getting freaking Exodia turn 1 in like Master Duel or whatever. You're a third-rate Bazak player with a 4th-rate side deck. Well, yeah, no, but it's just like, you know, you end up with like this entire scenario where people would probably prefer it be that way, but the truth is, it will never be that good. That's just how it is with card game anime. Card game anime, the card game anime is to the card game what porn is to sex. It will never be that good. Later, sinister. Don't seem to kill the loser for its feet anime accurate. You know, that is true. That is true. You know what? Okay. You just play a regular game of Yu-Gi-Oh! With someone. But you have a convoluted saw contraption that will kill either player in the event of them losing. I think it can work in this scenario. Cardfight Vanguard is pretty anime accurate usually. Aside when they power creep it right before the 73rd reboot. Crazy. Also, Cardfight Vanguard is still a thing? I haven't figured out that name in a really long time. Not like I really care that much, because I'll be honest with you guys. No, I don't play any of these card games. I'm tacitly aware of them in the sense that I exist on the internet and therefore see a lot of things that I probably wouldn't see otherwise. They keep rebooting it and killing off all the old cards. Fun. I feel like a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Can be solved with gun, which you think wouldn't be the fact. Look, but it's not as cool! Okay, it's not as cool when you don't have someone, when you don't have people freaking settling, you know, freaking going to court. And like, you know, it's like, you know, I don't care if you you murdered someone. We're settling it with a children's card game. It's the only way. The only option. The only one that works. The only one that makes sense in this topsy-turvy world we live in. Thank you. Thank you. Where are you? Street. I know that it's GT. Redeem dumbbell bent over rolls. What? I mean, then it works, but like for the vast majority of scenarios. At least in Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm pretty sure it is just straight up. Look, all I'm saying is, you know, the ancient Egyptians didn't have guns. This discovery might take us somewhere. Nah, you know what the best one is though? When like they bring in like random real world history stuff and stuff. Like the freaking Beyblade meme where freaking Moses parts the Red Sea with a Beyblade. That stuff just goes hard. I don't care what anybody says. That just goes hard. No, and God said, let it rip. And it was good. You think George Washington had a Beyblade? Look, I'm just saying, doing this stuff Assassin's Creed style is kind of great, in my opinion. So what if you get some people who are mildly offended because you just had to depict their... You had to depict something from their actual history in your anime or whatever. I retort with, Your Honor, it was kind of cool though, you gotta admit. I still think all TCG, Bakugan, and Beyblade tournaments should have shot cards. Bakugan mention, let's go! I liked Bakugan. That was a good one. There. You know, I do think you might be right though. They should incorporate some kind of haptic feedback so that, you know, when the... You know, so that regardless of how indifferent you become, you kind of have to believe in the heart of the cards. Because otherwise it's gonna Also, what the frick? There's like 4 slimes here! Yee! Don't you posture check me! I do have a sensitive privado, because I don't like, I did. Really gotta remember to bring that up in my if I'm ever in history class again. Okay, but you see, Mr. Richards, what about George Washington's Dodge Challenger? Don't forget the exercise. I'm gonna do exercise! I'm too small and weak. I can't do exercise. It isn't possible. Okay, so, alright, let's head back to town then. Not really much. Oh! That would be good to go for. Let's freaking go! Yeah, we're done talk. Finally, something that can kind of replace some things are. Come on! Happy Monday! look too much at it, admittedly. And since they censored it, it's just very upsetting, you know? Let's see. Found some students in South America, and so find out what they're for. Oh, that quest is from Putapov. He brought some sun tablets to me, and he's wanting someone to investigate them. Here they are, look, but the designs I'm thinking are from the Undersea Shrine. Putapov is wanting you to take the 3 tablets to the shrine and solve the mystery. Let's see, the second I step foot in the 15th floor, this crazy armor thing had been attacking me. How to drive him on the LAX ring. Been up since 2 a.m. Jeez! Well, if you gotta head to bed, Coburn, don't be afraid, because that's rough. Yes, the spats thing! Oh, it's good to hear, Coburn. Oh, it's you guys. I've been waiting for you. Anarchy, are you okay? Nah, you, I swear. I mean, have you been doing anything strenuous today? Might bending down, that sort of thing. Let's see, the adventure dentist is wanting one of the monsters in the lab eliminated. He wants someone to defeat the armored monster at the entrance of the 15th floor. I guess probably the scuffle. Rather than the problem is I'm not using the chair voice for the robot kid. I get that one there. Like, my problem, I guess, with the whole spats thing is like... Dude, spats is what you use to censor! Like, seriously! Spats is what you use to censor a girl's underwear. But then, you censor the spats! Depends on who makes the spats, that is fair. That is fair. And I'm still stressing my position on it, you know? It's like... It's always kind of disappointing when you look up a girl's skirt in the game and it's just... And she's wearing shorts underneath. It's that lack of commitment. But they're hidden and that's what makes them hot. You kinda got me there, Kovan. You kinda got me there, Kovan. Gee, then Suzu keeps coming back to life no matter how many times he kills it. That is silly, and I don't believe him. Ghosts don't exist anyway. Will you go prove him wrong before he spreads his ghost stories around anymore? Go, go, go! She's like absolute peak ESO. She doesn't she sounds wrong. You can tell. It's kind of uncanny at times though. Maybe an enthusiast of sorts is fair. As long as in the black white sensor. I mean, for what it's worth, they kind of did do black white sensor. It's like you get to sit in the same guys. As you step onto the 15th floor, you see an armored monster wandering about aimlessly. There's no mistake this is the monster you're requested to defeat. The armored monster takes no notice of you and staggers about in its own accord. If you plan to defeat this request, you must first pursue this monster. you are one step away from being able to challenge the monster. The beast shatters one more step forward and tumbles into the pitfall. You have no choice but to follow it down the hole if you want to pursue it. You make up your mind and dip down the hole. The monster's only a few steps away. It seems your game of tag will have to continue for a while longer. And that's the part that I find so weird, by the way. Like they did the crying emoji thing, which is extremely coded. Which, like, is ridiculously lolicon coded. So, I don't know! I mean, I guess maybe it's like, you know, classic, you know, just... Not one side handle it one way, another side handle it another way. It's just how things are sometimes, so... It's freaking Square Enix, isn't it? Those tiny monsters making a flashback to making the best. I get what you're saying there, but I'm pretty sure none of Itamui's kids had I don't think they had eyes. Thank you for the sub. This thing is actually just gonna keep running, isn't it? Nowhere to run! Nowhere to hide! Unfortunately, he doesn't understand that that can be gone through. I don't think I ever did one of those, honestly. How to flex your sub streak too. 11-month sub streak. And a tier 3. Jeez, Coburn. I think I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. did not last very long. Okay, on one hand, you might succeed in defeating the armored monster. However, you cannot let your guard down. Rumor has it that this monster resurrects. The tension is so thick you almost scream, but the corpse suddenly vanishes into thin air. All that remains of the monster was a sword, thrust into the ground like a gravestone. Could it be that the monster wanted to follow it? He wanted someone to follow it here and find the sword? Still, there's little use in thinking about this now. You take the sword and leave. The sub baby is happy and healthy. My Empire arc is over. That's good to hear. It's good to hear. It's good to hear, Kovan. It was all worth it in the end. A bit of a big group there. Then again, the last floor of any stratum is always pretty rough. I like how I'm still using terms like stratum. Cause you know. It's good that we found the campsite, but I can't really justify using it right now, cause you know. As you proceed to the shrine, you notice that the door before you is slightly ajar. Listening carefully, you can hear footsteps and voices from within the room. The odds are good the Abyssal King and Olympia wait ahead. Use caution when going forth. Hold on. I just want to verify that I'm doing this right. Or I was supposed to do the stuff there. I'm just trying to remember how it is. Also, this is what time was it even? Okay, I think it's like you gotta turn in the mission to find the teleporter. Which I'm on, so... Not like it matters too much. Also, frick. I mean, oh my god! But it's in the manga. Who knows? Maybe they did something wrong. Not like it matters a ton if I did, though, because it's over. Also, we officially done it! 100 HP every turn! It's over! We finally can get all the HP we ever need. Anyways. Okay, are we ready? Yeah. May not be a bad call to head over to the campground and just get everybody full, just top everyone off basically. I'm gonna be honest. Having the enemies just hitting the enemies with panic is actually a pretty solid option. Like, I feel like compared to a lot of the others, it actually does give us a lot to work with. Alright, good as it can be. Let's move. I'm guessing this is the boss room then. I keep doing this. I don't know why, but I keep doing this. I keep adding walls just naturally. Yeah, I kind of wonder what the numbers are on people like Deep City versus Armor Road. I wonder how many people chose to side with Deep City. At least on a more authentic run. Oh wait, I can actually kind of check that, can't I? Hold on. Let's take a look here. With the power of Steam achievements. Here, so the okay, so 16.5% of players of Eternality 3 HD have gotten the Shogun class. And 11.3% have gotten the Igdroid class, which basically means I guess more people just sided with Armorld. Don't know how authentic it is though. Need to make a decision. Do you hang out with a girl known for stabbing a French guy in a bathtub, or a self-gender bent loli? Ooh, that's very difficult. For what it's worth, both kind of sound like keepers. I mean, killing a French guy, that's pretty based. You know, but understanding the perfection that is loliness, that is something. That's its own thing right there. As you wend your way through the hole, you discover a faint glow emanating from a strange device. Standing before the device are two figures you know well, the Abyssal King and Olympia. Upon noticing your presence, they turn to face you. The Abyssal King speaks slowly. I believe I have already related the crisis facing both the Deep City and all mankind. If they will not act, I will slay that evil myself. Armorld is my native land, after all. A bright light engulfs the area. When it fades, the Abyssal King is nowhere to be seen. It's clear that he must have used the teleportation device to make his escape to another area. As you gaze at the teleportation device in astonishment, you are overcome by a feeling of menace. You spin swiftly to see Olympia, her bare blade ready to strike. Nomad, you threaten the Abyssal King's plan. He harbors no enmity towards humans, but I am different. All threats must be eliminated. A dreadful blade extends from her inhuman form, and she slowly approaches, eyes locked on you. As you cautiously watch Olympia's movements, a familiar voice echoes from behind. I apologize for the wait, Guild Nomad. Leave this one to me. You aren't sure how long Kujiro has stood behind you, but as katana is drawn, he glances at you. You go on ahead. We can't allow the Abyssal King to reach the princess. And I have a score to settle with this thing. It took the lives of many centuries in the second stratum. You nod your assent to his claim, and Olympia steps forth. Another corpse for the pile. Body stacked high in a watery grave. The girl's voice is even more calm as she begins playing an eerie, shrill melody. Amajak, what comes it even? Come to me, beast clad in lightning. In response to Olympia's summons, a dreadful, thunderous beast appears before you. You can see no other way forward but to fell the creature. Dry your weapons and slay the enemy standing before you. So, you know, I really should have saved before I went there. That's life, though. Retribution. My best guess is that skill probably does more damage the lower his HP is, which is not necessarily a good thing. Okay, so charge tactic, protect our front line. Alright. It was called Beast Cloud and Lightning, so I'm gonna assume. Yeah, okay. Thunder's not a very good element against this thing. Not all that surprising, but it was worth looking into. The good thing is that we're actually able to manage some pretty decent setups here. Because of the way that we've got everybody rolling. Because they're basically healing constantly. So chip damage just doesn't exist. As long as I do my job, that is. I'm just gonna start doing the Theatric Charge and we're just gonna hope for the best there. Charge fire, you know how it goes. Still though, gotta expect a rug pull happen at some point here. Also, Flash, welcome, was it even? Congratulations on the 10 stream streak. All I know is we're doing a pretty good job at dealing with this guy. we don't end up losing too many resources. But even then, if we do, we have options. We have options. And they are good options. Alright. That was retribution. And it's pretty hard, actually. The good news again is that we are at least doing a pretty good job keeping everybody rolling. Eyeing the nuke South Korea button. Why South Korea, you ask? Because it's an option. Not really a big fan of how this is looking so far. In the end. I'm still extremely worried about the serious chance that this thing is gonna end up doing something and we're gonna lose. Well, Shinada's gonna be fine no matter what happens. Boardmire is Boardmire. Underboob probably won't die. Emphasis on the word primary. Or probably. But now I'm just having moments here. Okay, so there, charges us at the go. Now, hopefully this works. Probably won't though. Another boob just died. Again. Alright. This is still a bit disconcerting, all things considered, though. Alright, we're back in the game. Hopefully for a bit. God, I'm a little bit nervous because it feels to me a bit, at least a bit, like this thing does have what is, in effect, screw you in particular skills, which are always a bit nerve-wracking whenever an enemy has them, because... Oh boy. Oh boy. Wait a second. Retribution did much damage to Shinana, Boardmeyer, or Alana. Underboob, Tiny Pete, and Plague God, however, were all nearly one-shotted by it. The move may be more related to you attacking it than anything else. Now say the thing where it ends up hitting everyone with random binds. This thing's definitely got a lot of punishment skills. Basically, you know, punishing you for having the gall to hit it. I gave Alana more than I should have. game resurrect. I tried. I really did try. Alright. We'll work on getting her back in just a minute. It's a process. Also, we are down to our last Amrita 3. My problem with this, it's an Amrita 3 rather than a 1. Or even a 2, because honestly 3 is really expensive and... Well, we're basically at that stage now where we just kind of gotta go with it. Just keep the damage coming. Because this is a whole lot right there. Wait, what? Well, I in 6-7 now. 6? 7? 6, 7? I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Nah, sincerely. I can do nothing but apologize at this point. Come on! Well, that was a bit of a cluster at the end there, but we beat it. Lost like half our team on the last turn, but I'm gonna be honest, the Plague God pulled through for us there. With reserves of strength you didn't know you had, you slayed the mighty lightning beast. Behind you, you can hear pants and heaves from the 2 evenly matched combatants. You just look behind and they're just... yeah, they're just doing that. Just... You know, Kujita broke the cardinal rule. Never, ever put your hand in the machinery. Okay, that's kind of a scary thought right there. android girl that seduces you so that you try to do lewd things with her. And then she rips off your arm. Anyways, you turn to find Kuja and Olympia facing each other, both covered in wounds. Why? Shut up! I hadn't expected the strength from a human. And you would have slain my lightning, and you have slain my lightning beast as well. The girl who's battling Kujita seems to have realized her weakened position. You leave me no choice, she says quietly, as a bright flash blinds you. When your eyes finally adjust, Olympia has vanished. It seems she realized the tables had turned. They do say discretion is the better part of valor. Kujita slowly approaches as you scan the area, finding nothing. His movements are weak and halting from the fierce battle. He seems to be in great pain. It must be stopped. But first the Senatist needs to know that the device was activated. Kujita issues you a key with his order to report back. And take this. That woman dropped it, which means it may be useful in some way. Alright, we got the moon key. I'll be along once I've rested a little. Don't worry about me, just go. Your options are to do as Kuja says and report to the Senatist or check the teleportation device. Yeah, back. Naturally, we never just leave things as they are. I think I can't really afford to stick around too much longer. We just gotta get out of here. Jeez, though. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised I took that. I was able to do that battle on my first run, though. But yeah, we got the moon key. Post monkey emoji. But now I gotta go and see about. One more thing. At least at that point, now I don't have to worry about anything in here. It's all beneath us. Monkey. Sure is nice when swashbuckling just activates. So now we can go in here. You use the key you were given to re-enter the Hall of Conviction. The outwardly human yet utterly alien creature is there, staring at you as before. You. The time for conversation is long past. Our course is set. The eldest one turns its gaze haughtily from you. It seems it has nothing else to say. You decide to act in deference to this unnerving creature and leave this place. Okay, well. I guess I did that wrong. I think I gotta turn in the request first. I don't know if it's a lily fish. I think it might be more Shota, but I don't know. I knew the moment I saw your face that the device was connected after all, wasn't it? The Abyssal King and his lackey have used it. The princess rests in that forest. We must act. And, oh, but of course, you lend a hand, I trust. If the Abyssal King were to confront the princess, I haven't lived 100 years to allow that. Much rests on you. I need your help to protect our dear, sweet princess. Ah yes, there's still the amount of your reward. Here, hurry, take it. There isn't much time. I mean, listen, lady, we can only take money from you so fast. Jeez. Okay, so now we gotta go. Now we gotta go talk to the eldest one. Oh yeah, I forgot. We can also level run up now. Let's see here. So the good thing is that we're Royal Vow now. Maxed out. Do I want to cap off Protector while I'm at it? Hard to say. Hard to see a reason not to. So I want to get the lion or... And yet I feel like I don't know I should max out Beast Soul first. Alright, we'll grab Meteor. This way, if an enemy has a weakness for physical attacks. Now we have bashing damage. Is it good bashing damage? That's a matter of... that's a philosophical question. It really may not matter in the end, because we're just that good. Use the key to go into our... Okay, so it is you. I'd wonder who would disturb me in this place. The eldest one's rasp grates on your ears as its mocking manner grates at your pride. I'm surprised you had the stomach to return. What is your whim to speak with me? Was it your whim to speak with me? How comical. The eldest one laughs, but its expression suddenly darkens as if remembering something. You humans are meat and drink to us. We fatten your entire race. But must it be so? I met a girl once. She spoke to me without fear. I, the eldest of the Deep Ones. I ask you this, children of man. Do you believe it is possible for our two races to live in harmony? The question from this cracked, hoarse voice that seems to echo from the depths surprises you. You're taken aback and honestly unsure of how to answer. Can your races coexist? Maybe, I don't know. Oldest one is 8 and malnourished. Can I have one free mod abuse token? Why do you say that, Anarchy? Do you want to be abused? The eldest one gives a wry smile on hearing her answer, followed by a heavy sigh. That was the answer I expected. Perhaps I asked the question in hopes of hearing it. The eldest one mutters to himself and points to your pack before continuing quietly. I know not where you found it, but that sky bowl you carry was once mine. It is a crown which gives form to that which is immaterial. What is more, you have even the starry shard. It seems that you came prepared. The eldest one abruptly begins to chant a strange incantation you cannot clearly make out. Suddenly, the starry shard and sky bowl fly into the air. When the shard settles inside the bowl, it releases a blinding light that suffuses the room. Present that to the whimpering princess. Tell her it is a 1,000-year-old gift from me. It will put an echo to one of my schemes. But on balance, that is not so bad. The eldest one falls silent as it closes its eyes and slowly leans back against the wall. Make haste. Should the princess encounter the Yggdrasil-possessed king, a tragic end awaits. Deliver that offering to the pair and their fate may take a turn for the better. The deep one opens its scarlet eyes again and locks its glare on you. Children of men, where my powers are again at their height, men will then know true despair. I will brand thy hand when you have delivered the offering. Come to me for the princess's sake. As the deep one speaks, a burning pain flares in the back of your hand. However, when you look at it, you see nothing amiss. The pain subsides as if nothing happened. You have misgivings about this, but the eldest one's eyes are closed and its lips silent. Obtain uncanny seal. So it's like you try to look at it and it's just totally blurry. A certain problem individual sent you up a well on YouTube. Okay. Hold on. DMs. Put it in DMs, Anarchy. Needs an iPad. Right. See, a chuny kid. Needs an iPad. You know, not wrong. The eldest one is very chuny. Oh, you are? Okay. Like, if you're asking to ban someone because you feel like it, you know, it's typically the answer is no. So I guess it does depend on who it is. I gotta see who it is first. You decide to act in deference to the unnerving creature and leave this place. Oh, that was weird. Okay. Now I am on the third route. Okay. Not surprising, of course, but still. Book of Law. Oh no. It teaches you how to be a proper lawyer. A book of self-reflection examining one's true wishes. But I haven't been anyone alive in a year. Bots don't do it for me anymore. I'm gonna tell ya, the bloodthirst of the average mod. It can become very concerning at times. However, it's also understandable. Hello to you. Did you defeat the ghost? I mean monster? I see. So the normal beast like that is not proving a challenge for you. What is that sword? There's nothing in our quest about a sword. The monster left it behind. Interesting. Wait here for a bit, will you? I'm back. I want to give the sword you found the Denton. It seems that the sword belonged to Denton's partner who died not long ago on the 15th floor. He must have wanted Denton to remember how they would go on adventures together. I remember everyone you know. The explorers, from the explorers to merchants, survivors and dead. If an explorer's job is to go exploring, then this is the least I can do for them. It's no good to be all maudlin like this. Reward, here, take it. She got very upset that we forced her to feel something. But you know, I agree. I don't like feeling things either. One of the two dimensions shape the car to fit make out the right portion, which is how you can see clearly depicts people living in the city. Anyways. Lots to worry about there. Also, looks like the Plague God's have gone up a bit in HP. Which isn't surprising, because he's supposed to do upper still. almost that little thing didn't do enough damage to even. Like, we were basically getting it off of our passive HP restoration on. Just not realized. That didn't do what I was supposed to do. A lot, geez. Maybe I didn't do my homework. I don't have homework anymore. I never actually did have homework, honestly, though. Was never in a position where it was needed, you know? Yeah, GED. Yeah, that's actually fair, honestly. Honest truth is that the vast majority of education is kind of useless. Now, there'll always be those who will sit down and try to claim, nah, education is the most important thing. And these people are wrong. We call them wrong. You know? I can understand now why some people would probably argue that the astrologer is pretty busted, honestly. Education is nice now, but you have... But if you try to retard an action... You know, it's funny, I actually saw a thing on that, honestly. Like, a guy's like, yeah, talking about how he does that, and it's just, it was kind of funny, honestly. Something I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna focus on Preventor and Reinforce. Because Preventor gets really cheap. And Reinforce is also really cheap. It's like, yeah, guys, just like, trying to just, giga chat his way through life and just, by being a retard. Yeah, it was inspiring, honestly. As you walk past the end of the temple, you come across a mountain, densely packed forest. He just had this sitting in his attic. Is it like how Napoleon found the freaking French crown sitting in a gutter? You know what's weird? Now, it's gonna be weird, or a bit strange to say, but you ever notice how, generally kind of hard to agree with Hitler at times. However, Napoleon is weirdly sympathetic. Same goal. Like, same overall goal. Just... I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Am I the only one? I'm probably the only one. I just ruined it. Interesting take, yeah, I did it. I did a bad one. Look, all I'm saying is, yeah, they kind of had the same goal at the end of the day. It's because he's short, isn't it? Yeah, maybe that is the case. The difference is that Napoleon was just a little guy. For what it's worth, though, Napoleon did have a significantly worse ending than Hitler did. I can just exile onto a random island somewhere. All he can do is just look at the world as it moved around, them, Jokes aside, I'm pretty sure Napoleon was over 6 feet. Or at least close to it. Napoleon did not have an air fire. Now listen. We shouldn't look down on those who came before simply because they did not have air force. Even though that does objectively make them beneath us all, we gotta be somewhat understanding of their handicaps. Actually, you know, another funny thing I noticed about history. A lot of our understanding is primarily military propaganda of the time. Kind of an interesting thing when you think about it. Fine, I'll leave the door alone. I just want to know if I could open it. The British have a long history of depicting themselves as the Giga Chad and their enemies as the soy truck. Yeah, no, this is how it goes. His letter to wife after campaign was coming home, don't wash. It makes him so much more relatable. Yeah, but Hitler was kind of, you know, Hitler was kind of sort of, but not really gay, so it kind of made it a little bit, you know. Made him harder to relate with, you know. Just couldn't relate. He just wasn't straight enough to relate to. Genuinely? I don't know how this is do for the quests here. Like imagine like you're just like you're a really famous military leader, and just you end up well, this is mildly trippy. This rap makes me mildly uncomfortable. It's like I just caught him standing up. Yeah, he knows he's been found out. He knows he can't go back from this fact. And that's what makes me uncomfortable. It's just like he knows. Short kings are in demand lately. Napoleon was born in the wrong era. He stands up. He's just deciding whether to pull a gun or not. Bruh, tree rat with the gun. Let's go. That's the aesthetic. He just pulls a Glock on you. Oh no, we started talking about height. Alright guys. Let's change the topic from height to head shape. You know, the most important subjects in existence. Gotta bring out my skull calipers. Yeah, the two most important subjects. Let's do that. Let's see if they both match up. Alright, for now I'm gonna... Okay, I'll drop a save actually. Man, there's something about this location that's more trippy than I think any other location in Etrian Odyssey for me. I don't know what it is. Like, I can kind of comprehend most of the earlier stratums in the series, but the Porcelain Forest is just... You ever just cease in a location in the game and you just like... should not exist. Advanced racism is determining someone's nationality by their skull shape. Ooh, that's a very Romanian skull. I'm sorry. Can't be fixed. Bro's just cooked. I'm sorry. Turns out there's only one world to conquer. You just reincarnates every century, so disappointing. Like, where's that frickin' skull? Not gonna make it. I'm sorry, man, but it's just he's cooked. He's cooked. Greatest tragedies of our time. See, the real tragedy is the knowledge of just knowing that a guy is cooked without it, having to look at it, you know? But look, the good news is that there is corrective surgery for every single deformity. Maybe every single deformity. Except for the deformities created by surgery. Those are permanent, unfortunately. Every so often, I see videos, and I see another example of like, typically it's either China or Korea, and that's just where you see some of the craziest plastic surgery trends, I feel like. Like, I genuinely feel like that you don't really see plastic surgery trends that are crazy until like you see what typically comes out of like China or Korea typically. But I think it's kind of just both, because I think China tends to take a lot from Korea in that area. It's kind of sad, honestly. But that is just how things are. I don't know what's worse, starting to make you look like a homunculus or bone smashing. I mean, look, alright, my opinion is that I don't think you typically do as much damage with bone smashing as you do with some plastic surgery. But like, bone smashing is weirdly so much more stupid though. Like, you can't help but feel like, you know, you see this what these people are doing. It's just like, the frick is wrong with you? You look around high school when man could see Smash. I think you might think of a different thing, huh? Look, all I'm saying is, you know, you just can't beat what a scalpel can do. Yeah, to be honest, I thought there's a pretty decent chance that Under Boob's gonna end up not really being too good about the I might end up having to change her out, honestly. Or at least just go for a full class change. She may just end up being like our Dark Hunter in a Tree and Odyssey Untold. Where we needed something. But for what it's worth, a lot of kind of ends up, I think this area does cover more areas, I don't know. let's use charge and just see where this goes. Alright, didn't feel much there, but it still did hit pretty hard though. And everyone didn't make it. This is a P10 squad. We make no mistake, we like our boob in this household, but it is a little overdone. And their boob is one of the good ones. So okay, so we're gonna use to market. We're gonna get everyone topped off, cause we care. And now we're gonna go grab Babushka, cause we need to go gather materials. Actually, speaking of, is she looking? 12 points to allocate. Let's freaking go over here. I probably should have put all those points in a double crop. Well, hand have been dealt. Give me a bit better. Yeah. Alright, let me toss here. Actually, probably a fair bit when I think about it. I think I should be getting most scenarios. Come on. Gah. Finally got everything I could get done. Now I go back out and we sell all of our junk off. Wait, Nectar 2? Since when have we had Nectar 2 available? This early in the game? Dude, I remember in Etrian Odyssey Untold, it wasn't until like the 6th stratum that you got Nectar 2. Now I'm just giving it out. Cheapening all of it. Actually, I don't know if Nectar thing. I mean, Nectar thing might be a thing. I want to get you Odysseys, but I don't know. I haven't played all of them. That's gonna be how they jump. That's gonna be their jump the shark moment. They're gonna add Nectar 3 to Etrian Odyssey 6. You know, and we're all gonna just in unison. We're gonna groan and be like, "It's over. It's so over." Even. Astronaut of C6. Surely it'll come out in 2026. Yeah, it'll be so fitting. It'll just make sense. It'll just make sense. Surely Astronaut of C6 will happen at all, right? There's no way they could possibly hold it off for any longer. Waiting for a game for long too is the fact that that part where you stop really thinking. There's no way it could possibly meet any expectations. Like one of the worst things to be able to do as a person who enjoys playing games is being capable of pattern recognition. Because you realize so quickly. Just how horrible it all is. Alright, so you need... What you need right now is you need a way to gather more... You need to mine in the 4th stratum. No, and it just kind of sucks, like, when you do notice, it's like... It's never like, you don't, it's never a grand conspiracy. There really is. Just people who do not know how stupid they are, acting like they're smarter than you. the worst part is like, you know, it's always something. Because what ends up happening is if you don't get on it fast enough, eventually you just get indifference. And that is the true thing to be worried about. Indifference. Honestly though, indifference really is probably the worst thing that you can end up having happen to anything that you do. Like, you know, hatred, that's one thing. You know, you can kind of get something out of people hating what you're making. But if nobody cares, you know, then you lose. You truly lose. Speaking of hatred, great game. And to be honest, haven't really heard anything good about hatred. Now, I haven't heard anything bad about it either. From the sounds of it though, it just seems to me like it's one of those games where I just, honestly. I'll be honest with you, Anarchy, it does sound unfair, but like some of the pain I was in earlier this year. And bear in mind, like I was in pain that was bad enough to where like I actually did end up in the ER at some point, and the worst discovery ever is that the pain was nothing. All I know is that the cutscenes in Hatred were absolutely incredible. Because some of those lines are just, they were too good. The Christmas at it. Of Hatred? I don't know. Like, it just ends up nuking a city, you know? Okay, so where's the Celestial Palace? Should I see to go where you need it? You know? I've never seen a, never seen this guy before. So let's just that up. By the way, what do you think of the Deep City? That is nice. The CIA here. I finally started to appreciate the sea. At first I was so bored I thought about running away, but now I don't think it's so bad. Should I settle down here? If I do, maybe I could marry a rich man of the Deep City. Oh no, that's the thing. I'm just thinking out loud. Okay. Actually, I should sell these as well, actually, because I don't need them. Something about the way his helmet is shaped. Wait, hold on. I gotta take a look. I mean, he's kind of got that pig face visor. But yeah, it does look a bit off. I'm gonna order the self-fire ship as thanks for escorting the Tower Vector. Well, it finally came in. Your ship should be pretty comfortable now. Latin sail. Increases the ship's movement by 2 spaces. Oh, no. No. Don't you go telling me we can just... Okay. Okay. They knew better! They knew better! They knew what I do! They knew what I do if given the opportunity! They were wise to deprive me of this. And now our ship has wings on it. Okay. Understood. Understood. Yeah, this is definitely gonna take a bit of getting used to. Then let's sit off from the 3rd foothold. I should just try. Part of me wants to try doing this. But I also feel like... Yeah, I don't think there's any option here. Okay, wait, hold on. I think I see something I can use here. Splenda, is this helmet racist? Better question. Is this helmet racist enough? are shooting everything. That is this part of me that fears the Latin sail may be useless. One thing you really gotta remember in this game. Every single item in this section of the game exists primarily. Yes. Honestly, the second foothold I really don't understand. I wasn't paying attention. You know, I'm still struggling to find the point of the move plus. Wait a second. Hold on. Dude, you are in like the absolutely most inconvenient spot possible. Yeah, I'm really not figuring out how I'm able to do this. It is, but a lot of the C map is kind of bit and nothing, honestly. I'm not really a big fan of the second foothold because I don't really know what the point of the second foothold is. I figured out how to do this. It only took me a lot of money. I will not financially recover from my decision to attempt this. Because this is the third installment of the game, Blush, and we need something to make it more interesting. Ocean Pull has finally been activated. Let's freaking go. I still haven't found the first foothold yet. Unless there is no first foothold and it's just, you know. And yes, we're on a boat. I do not know. I see we... Stick with the farmhouse for now, because the Latin sale is... Warzone! Kind of stupid how much extra speed it gives us. You come across a small island surrounded by currents the silhouette of a man. It seems he's diving for fish with a harpoon in his hand. You can leave your ship and talk with him, or ignore him, let's talk with him. The man is carrying a net full of fish as you approach him. After speaking with him, you learn that he hunts fish used to make garam, a type of condiment. He tells you to wait and then goes into his ship and turns holding a small bottle. He says that he wants you to try some of it since you have sailed here all the way from Armroad. The bottle contains a brown liquid with a unique smell. You find it to be very salty. After more pleasant conversation with the fisherman, you set sail again and return to your voyage. I love when I do the oceanic quests, they're just kind of... They just kind of exist, and that's about all. I just now remember that we do actually get extra items for visiting places twice. And I have not been to the Tower of Victory more than once, so... It's part of me that's half expecting us to get to the Tower of Victory. This is the Battle Tower. That was disappointing. Let's go to the Latin sail and try from the third foothold again. Of course, you gotta try the brown salty liquid. It's impolite not to try the brown salty liquid. I hate how easy it is to basically run. I never intend to go into the world pools. It just kind of happens, and then gotta redo everything. Why are there so many whirlpools? Yeah, genuinely don't know what the point of the Latin sail is of this. don't know if there's anything we can do about the... Is there anything we can do in this section? Like in the 4th foothold. Okay, well... Can get past the Tower of Victory at least. But I mean, is even this on much? Hold on. I think I got something. I never had an quest to revitalize armor. You reach an unknown continent. Looking at the huge city facing the sea, you can tell at once that this is another civilization. It seems that you've discovered the northern continent. You waver between choosing to explore the northern continent or check back armor. I got enough turns? Let's do it. You reach the city of sitting on the continent's eastern shore. Only small boats are anchored at the harbor, leaving you to believe the trading here is lane flow. I don't know. As you disembark, an old soldier with a sorrowful look comes to greet you. I haven't seen a ship that big in some time. Where'd you just hear from? You tell the old soldier that you hail from Armorod. What Armorod, you said? Did you run into a beautiful girl, or rather a terrible monster? Excuse me, because of that monster, our trade route with Armorod is closed down. But if you find a way to avoid the accursed thing, maybe we can reopen it. I'm sorry to put this on you, but I need you to return to Armorod and let your ruler know. I too will inform our queen sex of this. I'm counting on you to do your part. Oh no! See if My name is Glaucus. The time may come when I need your help. Remember that. Okay? Glaucus is right. You bright the shit out before back to Armorod. Ah, welcome back. Made all the way to another job well done. So the city is still being threatened by a monster that appears now and again. I guess turning away is only part of the problem, a vital part, mind you. Not like it's a messenger to I mean. Oh, and all the youth for blazing new frontiers. I'd like to present you with this. It's Armorod's most powerful cannon, used on ships of the line. On the Marines help you mount it if you want to put it on your ship. Thank you as always. Let's go! fair, but still. Actually, if it's itself from armor mode. I do admit, if the draw distance were farther on this game, I think I'd be able to. I think I would be a little bit better. Now you listen here, Farmer Jack. Glaucoma is no laughing matter. Anarchy, you don't have to apologize for being quiet, okay? Nagma, thank you for the member. Barely managed it. The ship that put out to sea that last pulls into the passing point, the city of Ugart. You sigh enchanted by the exotic feeling of the far west. You briefly envision the myriad western countries which Armor had once traded with. Satisfied, you weigh anchor and make for Armor to report back. Like you're getting this from the Marines, you've established a trade route to Ugarit. The restoration of that route will give us a foothold in the western countries. Armor is bound to prosper once things start taking off with western trade. Well done, everyone. Here's a little token of my appreciation. It's a beast, best eaten on the ship. It's costly, but it should give you quite a strength boost out there. Let's go! Elephant turtle! Voila! First we got salted beef. Or beef. Meat. And then we just have a giant turtle that can feed the entire ship. I don't see what your problem is. These are getting really expensive though. I did something horribly wrong, and I just wasted all our turns. So now I ain't going nowhere. Bastard, sharpest movements between arms. The nickel-looking arms look eerie, but the creature is harmless. An experience is discovering such a strange creature, so take it with you. I may not waste all my money just exploring up the ocean. so I might not. And I have wasted my time. Hmm? Does he stream? I'll get that on mine then. See, it just works. Just barely can't make it. Once you dock the Ugrat's harbor, one of the guards comes running towards you. You'd explode up and the tree drop between the Ugrat and armor, correct? I have a favor to ask you, since you've been known to travel to faraway places. You and Ugrat, we made up garments known as Nutsuki. We used to import ivory from the northern continent to create them. However, once trade at the northern continent stopped, it became difficult to get any. So I want you to obtain some ivory from the north for me. Naturally, you'll be compensated for your time. Please remember this if you ever go there. Now, evil bird, whatever could you mean by that? Dang it, where's that flying island? I should just try switching over to the... No, we'll do the Latin sail and see what happens. Yeah, I don't know for sure I'm supposed to get to the island. But it's big, it stands out, and it demands to be acknowledged. I must witness it. Otherwise, we'll get in trouble, I feel like. I'll take him to you inches of armor with favorite ask. Here in Queen's sourcing card is a production of chocolate. At this time we celebrate the revival of the trade routes by using non-native ingredients. That's why you come in. I want you to get Armored King from a Sea of Emerald and Kalkan Sheba. It isn't the highest of priorities, so please keep in mind, okay. Interesting. Falco's actions are probably being one of the guys, that's kind of interesting. Let's see here. Level 65. And he uses the tiger. I'm assuming this is well beyond. Okay, so my best guess is that basically I'm at that point now. I'm nearing the last thing I can find. Maybe. Then again, the level does go past 80, I think. Man, I'm sorry, Anarchy. I wish I didn't have to go through all that junk. You know? I don't know if there's actually a way past the, I probably should do that, yes. I haven't, mostly because I just kind of don't feel like doing that, though. Mostly just because of the way the sea travel works, it's kind of hard to make a decent map of it. Yeah, I don't know if there's even if it's even possible to get to that island. At least as things are, there might be an item I'm missing so far. No, you're good, Anarchy. You're definitely totally having issues right now. Maybe Sinister. Or maybe we'd be worse off. I doubt they weren't so incompetent. Maybe they'd be better at the whole, destroying our freedoms thing. Wait a second. Maybe instead. We just go. Alright, well, we're gonna do that again. It's going well so far. 10 and 1, what the was even? Oh. Striving to reach the floating island in the sky, you brave the raging waves and violent eddies. It was definitely no illusion. The island still floats in the sky above you. As you disembark onto the small island, a magnificent voice echoes from above. For all humans, you've done well to find my eternal aerial sea of trees with such tiny bodies. I am he who watches eternally over the world from this land. But none living are not worthy to hear my voice. None can pass my trial and gain my power. If the time comes and you have sufficient power, you will again hear my voice. The voice then fades away, only the residual effects of our magnificent presence remains. Welcome back, everyone. You've returned from yet another successful voyage. I heard from the Marines that you've reached the mysterious floating island. I'm sure what you saw couldn't have been an illusion, but if not, what could it be? Eh, you heard a voice? A floating forest and a being that watches over the world. Something isn't adding up. I'll head to the center of this library and look into this so I can. Leave that part to me. You guys keep working towards our remote restoration. I basically just broke even. Imagine you're just a pirate. You think you gotta. You think you just. You're on. Like you just see a ship. You think there, but you basically got them dead to rights. But then suddenly. They just turn around and shoot you with their cannons like it's a thing. Like he turns around and just shoots you with that cannons like a cowboy does. Okay, I don't think there's much of anything left to do over here. 'Cause I don't really know what specifically I'm looking for. Them sneaky speezes. Got your big One Piece village ship, then you get bodied by a skiff. Yeah, basically. No, the ship just suddenly makes a 180 degree turn, and your ship is gone. You think back to all the piracy you could have done, but then you realize just how bad of a person you were all along. Big 60 no scope by a rowboat. Yeah, no, it's terrible. Anyways, I guess to head back into the porcelain forest. Bolt elemental resistance down. Not ideal. Left one on here. You think back to the women and you backhanded and reflect on how much of a pimp you were not. Nah, even worse. Even worse. You look back on all the women you should have backhanded. Also, fog area. I hate these so much. And they add insult to injury and throw tea bags out on top of your wreckage. That's how it goes. This is spinning for score. Anarchy, just try not to get yourself in trouble, okay? I'm just saying. Are you gonna at least call in or? Alright then. I mean, I understand why you're a little bit off. But yeah. You think maybe it could just be stress related? I mean, I'm just saying, you know. These sound like it could be. Wow. Let's go. This may not end well for us, just saying. Nope, not a boss. But certainly no normal enemy, that's for sure. Bugman, Bugman, or Bugman? No, Bugman? Bugman. Or Bugman? All of the above, Lesh. All of the above. Alright, no explicit elemental weaknesses. And yet I wonder if he's weak to bashing. and did a lot of damage. Alright. Fair bit to work with that. I really don't know what that thing was weak to, honestly. Either way, we got it. Now look at me succeeding in killing a foe using my first time seeing them. For what it's worth, though, it's kind of rare in a chin, honestly, to encounter foes that are genuinely so dangerous that they just will kill you in your first round, guaranteed. Still think Tiny Feet is totally carrying right now. I don't know if it was a dumb person keeps seeing it too. I mean, in all honesty, Alana's probably carrying more than almost anybody else is right now. I mean, Tiny Feet's definitely contributing a ton now. Make no mistake. Just realized you're back to dungeon crawling. Well, yeah, of course you are. But keep in mind, it's never Tiny Feet by herself that's doing everything. It's Tiny Feet plus an assortment of random animal friends who are really helping to make the difference. I didn't know you were into that, Blush. Tiny Feet and her son on our sidekick Clown Shoes. I'm also just gonna note, I haven't been actually upgrading any of Tiny Feet's summons. Like, as they are right now, they're just kind of like where they are. Like, she's mostly just getting passive improvements that are just universal to all summons. Given enough time, they're gonna get really strong. I'm just saying. Like, if you think she's consistently hitting ailments now... just wait until she's like, you know, gone even further. Like wait until I say screw it and I just fully invest in the elephant. Then yeah, yeah, we can't summon cows too. Been a small criminal before you, person. At least we'll be stocking our armoritas, because I've been kind of bad about us using all those, because you have to talk about the elephant in the room then. Also, oh god. I like how from this angle it looks kind of retarded, honestly. It's a bit like the Berserker Force. You know? You're not wrong. Don't worry. The party is gonna be just fun. What else are these? Okay, no explicit weaknesses. It's weak to blindness and curses, however. What do you suppose makes a creature more susceptible to being cursed? Like, do you suppose that the boar hasn't accepted Jesus as its Lord and Savior, or is it something else that's made it weak to curses? Underboob on the other hand, traumatized. Oh, frick, petaloids. These guys are never worth joking about. Because typically, they're the Bill Cosby monsters. Token or guild. What's that? What's that one, Blush? What's that one, Blush? It's peak. You know, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like the mouse controls might actually be better than the Nintendo DS's touch controls. Like for drawing the maps. Metal Kisaku. What's this one? I guess no. Oh. Let's see this boosts limit. Oh, speaking of limits. I mean, for what's what, you can't hide the map if you want to. But typically you need it there to so you can do it, so you can see it. Night, Farmajack. I probably should be hitting the bed soon myself. I went really late last night. Later than I should have. So late, in fact, I believe I may have inconvenienced Mr. Glass Repairman. Not that he seemed upset or anything, but still. Did I tell him to shut up and repair the glass repairer? I did, and then he got very unprofessional. It is fixed, yes. And I am very happy that it's finally been dealt with, because I'm gonna be honest. Driving around in a car without a back window. Not a very fun time, honestly. Okay, so right here, go. Pablo, you're pretty late. Oh wait, no, you weren't here earlier. But you can stick around, cause you know. I want to note that this area is giving off some real 6th stratum vibes. And it's only the 5th stratum. I can only imagine what manner of horrific colonoscopy level we're going to end up seeing upon reaching the 6th stratum. I will say that it's very nice when you go in the foggy areas in these games. And then you perfectly map it on your first one. I forgot to heal under boob. Jokes on them, I already have all the answers to the prostate exam. Man, Kobun, keep prepared, frick. The guy proctoring your colonoscopy exam probably was extremely nervous. Cause you could just tell. He looked in you. He'd look in your eyes and he'd know. This guy knows how this test works. West Camp. Not something I can do. He saw me crack him on that with it and I won't even walk in. Alright, Kobun, can you boil an egg though? Can you boil the egg? A serious question. That's strong enough. I can't believe Kobun can't boil the egg. Don't have the sheer muscle control. That's fair. That's fair. I imagine few do, honestly. His muscle control went all to his thighs. You can't boil an egg, but he can crush a watermelon. When Aaron sneeze, even a cough, and it's all over. Well, I guess it guarantees that you're gonna fail the exam then. Because I believe coughing is on the exam. It's a part of it. Just got back from hospital, passed their ST test easily. They even said they were positive. You know, it just you did the test so well. You even had to like smugly adjust your glasses after getting out of there. What else is your eat Among the things Kobun will never live down. Do we have the resources for this? Just has no explicit weakness. I'm trying to fight this thing? Yeah, that's what we're doing, I guess. Alright, whatever. Is that what this guy looks like? No, no. Alright then. We're gonna manage to fight it all though. And Mr. Cow is gonna be intrinsic. Is gonna be one of the most valuable assets to this team. has been a little bit disappointing though. There's in relation to a YouTube chat about a prostate exam. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Because Coburn can never talk about anything normal. But hey, that's why we appreciate his presence a great deal. Actually, he's immune. He's a bit stronger against slashing attacks. And unfortunately, my cow friend is not very useful right now. The work of a jester is never done. You're not wrong there. Just took a pretty nasty hit there. It. See, sometimes it just works out. Now I want to cap off Beast Soul. But it's not really like it's much of a loss to cap that off, because then from there I'm basically just free to whatever. Part of me wants to start investing in some Shogun skills, but I also don't know. Actually, that was our second time fighting one of those. This run! Yeah, we're gonna do Beast Soul. And then from there, I'm debating between either investing in Call Lion and the elephant. I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of using the elephant a little bit more than I was using Mr. Owl back in the day. So I don't know how I'm gonna go about things. Mr. Cow kind of is a bit more disappointing than I was hoping, honestly. Like, I was hoping Mr. Cow would be useful, but like... It's not bad, it's just not as good as I was hoping. Oh, yes. Success. I am a good drawer. the berserk state that's actually really useful because like it makes it to where the enemy can't use their stuff anymore, which is it's one of those qualities that you don't really think about in a lot of games, but yeah, sometimes just making an enemy use just a normal attack is quite useful. Apparently some people don't even draw walls. The world is full of savages. And they make me very uncomfortable. Anyways. Peak Etrian Odyssey is when you finally get back to town and you honestly can't really do much because your team is your team only sleeps for like 2 hours. Omniscience book. A booklet behind my window that survived the entire labyrinth. I'll believe that when I see it. I think I will grab it though. And we're just gonna put a lot of tech in there. the item companion. The hopeful armor of the item companion is one of the tasks for about 130 items. Have I already done this? I wouldn't be surprised if I had done it. So there's an answer in this from details. Alright. It's not hard to do. Oh, and I see. Now report it about the materials you can find in the labyrinth. Your quota is 130 items. If you feel you don't have enough, go gather more. Once you've registered that many, click you can do it again to complete the request. What? Discoveries and compendium. I've confronted the dungeons in the item compendium. Artisans in armor will not be able to afford this list in developing new weapons. This is ultimately for your benefit, you know. It's a duty to make regular reports. Thank you for your contributions to Armored's future. Your reward has been within the bar. And now we can... What is it, a curse hammer? Yeah, a curse hammer. It adds curses to weapons. You make your reports about the items yet? One of the guards mentioned that. This is our weapon census. Here you go. Please take it with all our thanks. Okay, alright. I'm gonna take a break from the adventure and read your item compendium for a while. Yeah, that's not happening. You wanna know why? Because the item compendium, frankly, is kind of poorly put together. It's you again. Welcoming to you. That request? A sailor from a UTL has made it. Are you nothing but pampas glasses? In a UTL, it's tradition to make offerings of pampas glass to pray for good harvests. That glass usually goes in armor too, but nobody can find any this year. That's why he's requesting someone to bring him pampas glass. What's stupid is that he made the request, then rushed back to UTL for the festival. If you want details, you can go to UTL and ask him. My friend's so not here to help. Yeesh. Sauerkraut, you cannon. This is unfortunate. Next time, I guess I'll just not bring you a foremast. Actually, yeah, we can do this here. But we're quite busy getting ready here. The sailor should leave, but you say that you need to ask about the pampas glass request. Oh, so you take that request. We offer pampas glass every year in prayer for our crops. Armor doesn't grow on any this year. You might find some near Ugarit though. If you're ready to do this job, you'll have to harvest Pimpus grass first. I've heard it grows on a small island east of Ugarit, so can I just you bring some? Pimpus grass grows bad and exposed to the wind and rain, so be quick with it. Alright then! Sounds like we're going off on a bit of a trip. Yeah, then push it just a smidge. Wait a second. On to that one. I think it's steel plating and they were okay. I did the 4th foothold. The ship is a nameless island to the east of Ugarit. The island is covered with pampas grass. The sight of it waving in the wind is majestic. You can disembark to harvest it, but that costs you accepted the bar. You disembark and approach the grass with the collecting scythe in hand. After gathering enough pampas grass, you turn into a bundle and load it on the ship. Let's see, the sessions at this point, see empty hands continues. Oh! I don't think I gotta go out and get it first try. That's an interesting scenario. Alright then! That's what we're doing then. I don't think I need the steel plating. Need the big cannon, however. Okay, let me gather the grass. I get yours later for some preparations. The Pampers glasses. Oh, looks like you bought some. The sailor looks to the side of the huge bundles of Pampers glass you're carrying. We'll be able to farm our Andor lights this year. Thanks a lot. I left that word with the lady at the Butterfly Bistro back in Armor, though. The sailor writes out of his seat, confirming the delivery and hands it to you. They better have made that worth it. Oh, you are sounding in safety. Did you get the Pampers glass? This is safe and they're close for our delivery. Oh my, took it directly to you, Tia. That's so sweet of you. This festival will be a success if he uses this. Good job with this as always. Here's the reward for you. Put it away so you aren't losing it, okay? How about 2? Not a bad thing to grab, actually. Not like great either, but still. I think I'm gonna start messing in Camp Mastery. Camping just isn't what it used to be. Alright, so maxed out Shield Mastery. Overwatch works. It just sounds weirdly specific. I'm out of water. I should buy go grab some. Okay, I'm so comfy though. I should probably save though, yeah. Alright, and I'll be back. I need to grab some water. About that. And yes, it did hydrate. Should probably see somewhere. Geez. Sure. Overwatch and find some less than mid-here share on my napkin. Not wrong. I never did get Overwatch's popularity. I mean, you know, except for, of course, looks at the picture of Tracer Ahiga or whatever. guys, that's another question that Ilva fellow. He has way too much money. He sent this request, but not out to only guilds that showed potential in this contest the other day. That will forever. No joke, it will. Like, the game itself will be as mid as any others. They will never escape the fact that it's just so much hentai. So much hentai. There's another contest. You don't see clicks up. Talk to the guy in the plaza. Well, let's see what all the fussing is about. Okay. Gee. You're the last to guild to survive. I'll explain the rules of the competition now. Invitations to this contest are only sent to guilds to perform on the last one. Mr. Elbo's request is that you can complete to collect as many materials as you can. The contest will take place in the 4th stratum. Your skills in harvesting will be tested. There is no time limit for this contest. Come back with at least 5 items to qualify. Your entry will not begin until you reach the 13th floor, and you must stay on the 4th stratum. Alright then! Sounds to me like... So is it just collecting items and nothing else? Drop the save before you do this. Took me a bit to remember what this was. Oh god. I think I talked about this last night in Discord, on the Discord. You see what quick shows just at the beginning. I'll put the knowledge and skill you're looking through your exploration to use. But I remember somebody did a... what's it called? They did a thing basically where they would... oh, what's it called? They basically made a thing on freaking Bioshock Infinite or whatever. And I'm gonna be honest. Bioshock is probably one of the worst critiques of libertarianism I've ever heard. This Babushka. Nope, she did not gain any levels. Like, if you're trying to critique libertarianism, like, I just find it kind of funny, you know? But then again, I guess One thing I've always found so weird is when you have people who will sit down and talk about the freaking critique libertarianism up and down. All the while, they're probably gonna end up being people who are pretty liberal themselves, honestly. Oh god, dude. I find almost everybody is really freaking weirdly smug about it. Yes. I guess not really weirdly so much as... Not weirdly, no. Insufferably. I believe that is the more correct way to describe it. Remember, you gotta make them oh so very smug. Let's do this then. I just need Alana to be able to have access to Hellfire, and that's all. Alright, let's do this. The best critique of the libertarian movement is that the founding members of the libertarian party let the party after it got getting communist in record term. I'm not joking. Oh, don't get me wrong. Like, yeah, like the party itself is terrible. That will always be one thing I do agree on with pretty much everyone. But like, the ideology itself isn't necessarily a problem on its own. Everyone wants to sit around and act like... They basically want to sit there and act like the libertarianism is just pure anarchy. You know, and it's like, yeah, put simply, I wish it was, honestly. Because then it would suck a whole lot less. Let's see, government get out visa, winning ticket, and yet they still find out to make it. I know! Kinda funny, honestly, when you think about it. But you gotta remember, people love government intervention. Like a lot. Like a lot. Can't get enough of it, honestly. One of my favorite tropes I find on YouTube, honestly, will always be people trying to argue for something. And they get so close to being correct, but then they have to give like the most brain-dead means of solving the problem. That was a bad one. That was a bad one. But yeah, you get the point though. You get the point though. Just... Oh yeah, I forgot about this section. Should probably just ease our way down this way. Oh god, actually, you know, one really good name in particular, I find very frustrating most of the time. You know that one YouTube channel, was it Kyrgyzstat or whatever? Kyrgyzstat? I can't remember. Now one that I'm pretty sure actually is just straight up a government psyop. Well, no, it's like one of those things where it's like, it's so distinctly... I know it's a classic line. It's un-American. Also, I'm gonna be honest with you, like, my dad, he homebrewed for a bit there. In my opinion, if you want to homebrew, you should be allowed to homebrew. Also, I don't really think homebrewing has ever really done too much harm in general. Typically, it's just some guys in the mountains just having some fun. Taxes on moonshine. That's a laugh right there. so it was. I forgot to get tents. So in other words, what we're working with is what we're working with. Isn't like anything too terrible, but it's still just like, you know. Mythical Doublet, look at this even. This one's so smooth. What do you mean by that one? Am I hanging it? Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. I probably should be heading to bed soon, but geez. The labyrinth continues to call to me. And I answer. We might really need to answer to that song that did it. Look, I'm not good no. You just don't sleep very well. I had to just been up all night anyways. Was no specific there wasn't a time limit for this specific quest, because this quest mostly just exists because, you know, well, it exists because it's just about a rich guy who's just bored and wants something to do. But also Tiny Feet is now really fast. I know those investments in our agility was a good call. The main reason why I even made our agility so high was so she could use Dismiss Beast without issue. Yes, I did. It was with good reason, however. I had to continue building. No, it's a very good reason. The factory wasn't gonna build itself, you know. Sounds like it. Right. Get vigilance rolling. Okay, so there are limits. I forgot to bring arm reaches with us. As you continue to collect items, you notice that your packs are rather heavy. You collected a good amount of material. You should be achieving quite a high ranking. You can head back to the city to report and continue working for a better score. Like, I don't know if there's anything. Wait, hold on. Oh. Looks like we can actually still chop and mine, though. We can still chop and teak, though. I guess this is what I get for only having the one farmer. I should have probably gotten the second one. They both did have leveled up about the same rate anyways, but still. Use every method possible to continue harvesting items in your bag is near bursting. Surely collecting more than this will be pointless. You must be the winner now. Oh, frick, we barely managed it! Try to get Blade to stop working and head back to sea to find out your results. Let's freaking go! Let's go! It has really now dawned upon me. I didn't bring a thread with me. I'll just go into the porcelain forest then. Oh, looks like all the surviving guilds made it back. Well then, I will now announce the rankings of the material collection competition. Number 3. War Harvest, 30 items. Number 2. Pale Horse, 45 items. Number 1. Nomad, 47 items. A quick look at those Mr. Elbo's rewards have been delivered to the bar. You know the guys in Pale Horse were freaking livid. Two items short. What is greater than defeating your enemy? Defeating your enemy in such a way that they're just seething afterwards. Am I here? I went to the wrong place here. Explorer's Guild. Alright, barely defeating. Defeating your enemy by 1 point is the greatest feeling ever. Yeah, mauling. Oh, hello there, the guy came and told me the scores. He told me that you guys won the competition. Congrats. I was so surprised, I thought I'd die of the shocking. You're so strong and skilled, and you can collect things too. You're totally on the roll. Perhaps my endless streams of fetch quests and monster hunts have paid off, yes? That was a joke, okay? Don't be looking at me like that. In any case, here's your reward for a job well done. Take it and be proud. I don't know. And now that we've maxed out Beast Soul. Great. Thank you for the follow, said the toddler. Don't know how I feel about that username. Gotta be honest. Fingers on the trigger. Summon skull? I don't know. I don't know. Sacrifice coin. I could also invest in a sacrifice more. Loaded gun to my head. know what to do. Like I said, I don't know what to do here. I'm trying to remind you Yu-Gi-Oh card. Weird comment there. Wild comment there. Anyways, welcome. How's it even? Did I spin the cylinder? I don't remember. Okay, you know what? Alright, I started missing points in the sacrifice too, so I can start looking into maybe call Tiger. Wouldn't be the first VTuber actually made a Yu-Gi VTuber. What the fuck? No, think about it. Pause check. Oh, I got no clue. I got no clue. The Kick's always saying weird stuff. You know what? Let's grab the lion in a worst case scenario. We could reset stats. Please don't make me do that though. I really don't want to do it again. At least I walked away from that with a lot of money, huh? No, but everything but the spearhead chip. I think it's everything done. Alright then, I'll go over here. Still need to buy bud. Should also probably buy some tints while we're at it. You can never go wrong with tints after all. And now we return to... Wait. Alright, no more quests. Let's see, that goes from Protopov. We got some tossing and some Musky. And shoot the soup right there. I wish I could hide my eyes for even a second. Let's see, I was paired up with this monk the other day. I recommend glasses. He's a really a unique guy. I think guys do things their own way, right? Anyway, he tells me that the monster is called Puddlewaits appear on the 17th floor in the day. So you should go at night. But I was like, oh my gosh, is he making a pass at me? But so I leap to the labyrinth, okay? And guess it opens. No sign of those puddle things. But this freaky volty fox thing shows up. So I decided no all drugs locked else appear useless. Give me a wild, passionate guy. Nothing useful so far. Let's see, looks like he's good on all the commons this time. Pomona fruit there. I mean, nothing about Pomona fruit. I hear it's a plant that only goes on the 19th floor. Okay, so I gotta go on the 9th floor. Right then. Fascinating I'm visiting this floor yet, so I should probably take a look at them. Just to verify. You never know, though. Bottom left of the map should be something. The good news is that the enemy should be easy to kill, at least in this section. Not too difficult to kill. Give me them bush though. Cause I know how yeesh. I'm looking for ants apparently of all things. As you proceed to the scorching depths, you spy a giant ant ahead of you. It doesn't seem to have noticed you. Its antenna waves as if in search of something. You remember that quest you agreed to do concerning the fruit that the ants like. The ant might be in search of that fruit right now. You can follow the ant if you wish. And stop PNG not available. Yeah, one thing. As you give it what's the ants, it begins to frantically circle around one large tree. Could there be something in this tree? You take a step up close to get a good look. The ant notices you. It advances, clicking its mandibles threateningly. As you hurriedly draw your weapons, you enrage the ant attacks. These guys shouldn't be any problem though. Kinda wanted it. Because this is an old quest you should have had done a long time ago. You're about to see the ant was circling and see silver-colored fruit in its boughs. These beautiful silver fruit must be the pomona fruit the client was asking for. Shinana climbs the tree and begins picking all the fruit in reach. Suddenly, Shinana notices something and yells down at the rest of the party. It seems that more ants carrying pomona fruit are moving on the path ahead. You can take the fruit you have now back to the bar, pursue the ants for more. I see no reason not to get greedy. Perhaps they did get greedy. You snatch the banana fruit the ants were carrying and stow them in your packs. Your backpacks are straining with the fruits of your labor. The client will be happy. Your high spirits only last for a short while before you realize something. There's an awfully large number of ants around here. The nest could be nearby. Still, ant eradication is not your goal right now, so you decide to leave quickly. Ant eradication is never not a good goal. After all, service guarantees citizenship. And the only good bug is a dead bug. You okay, Anarchy, or... Still gonna go on third, though. I guess it's a dumb question. Listen, sir. The Dicey application anti-eradicator. Welcome back. Whoa, you brought back a lot. Wow, you guys are greedy. So this is a palm. One of those. It's hard and there's no particular odor. Anyway, I'll be sure to deliver it to a spear. Thank you for your hard work once more. Here's your reward. Well, I'm hoping we get to work together again. Well, looks like we gotta go kill some ants now. You're taking this request? I really would not be recommending it. After you completed the fruit quest the other day, another guildman picked fruit too. They were slaughtered. Only one survived. I'm not thinking you of all people should be doing this. It seems distasteful. But if you are the determined, I'm not stopping you. The client is Ricky, the survivor of the attack. Our quest is to get revenge. She said there's a secret passage near the fruit tree on B9. Wait a second. Her name is Ricky? Oh, fuck. Is this the fate of the party in Etrian Odyssey Untold? Etrian Odyssey 1 Untold Story Mode? That's a horrible thought right there. For those who don't know, one of the titular Millennium Girl in Etrian Odyssey Untold. Her name is Frederica. Though she had the nickname Ricky that she kind of went by. But only her friends call her that though, so I guess she wouldn't have gone by that just in general. She said the attack happened so fast she barely remembers what happened. It's like, imagine your party goes off, kills a freaking monster at the bottom of the labyrinth that threatened to basically destroy all of Etria. And then goes to Armor Road only to get slaughtered by a bunch of ants. Wild outcome. Just wild outcome. Wait, I forget. I don't know if the Highlander survives. Does the Highlander survive the end of Etrian Odyssey Untold? I think he does. I can't remember. I'll make up your minds up. Alrighty, are you ready for this or not? I guess we're still going after the ants then. Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Fuck. That's cool. Not like you should ever feel like you gotta. But I think they're pretty fun. It's a pretty fun series. I honestly like the way it handles its classes generally. I think it generally puts a nice spin on most of the classes. And typically the games don't really reuse classes all that much. I say typically, of course. Because, you know, doesn't always have to be, though. Like, I think Etrian Odyssey 2 is like one of the rare Etrian Odysseys that actually does have that does just reuse every class from the first one. I don't think there are any omissions. Then you get Etrian Odyssey 3 where it's just totally new classes across the board. Honestly, I really prefer class systems in RPGs because I prefer characters having an actual purpose. Jackboots. Long boots is a strong surface favored by knights. I always forget how much I hate how much damage I end up taking from the floors in these sections. Also, it's not an Etrian Odyssey game unless you, at some point, are trying to get revenge on a random forest monster for some random adventures. Adventurers are a spiteful sort. The blood on the wall causes you to notice an outcrop with a hole behind it. You recall that quest you accepted to get revenge on whatever lurks beyond here. Ironically, you would never have noticed this passage if not for the bloodstains. If you are prepared, then you can enter this hole and track down the killer. You bend low and manage to creep through the hole and enter an expansive cave. The stifling atmosphere has an extra feeling of eeriness that puts you on edge. Random forest monster with a concerningly shaped tongue, you know. A lot of them are that one, honestly. You encourage each other to keep your spirits high as you continue deeper within. The good news at least is that we have Monarch March, which does at least somewhat help us recoup some of the losses of HP. That's a lot of ants. But yeah. And stuff. Trying to not get too caught up in things. You eventually reach a gigantic open area within the cavern. You see a massive, grotesque monster perched arrogantly in the center of the hall. The huge insect turns its emotionless, inhuman eyes towards you. There's no mistake, this is the master of the nest that wiped out Vicky's guild. There's no turn to lose. You must set your mind to defeating this threat. Well, surely this, horrible threat can wait just a moment so I can continue my, just being really weird and OCD about ensuring the map is perfect. Because it must be perfect. Because if the map isn't perfect, then I'm not perfect. And I can't allow either outcome. At this rate, possibly. Anyways, they're probably gonna kill this thing turn 2, so I'm not really too worried. At least they're gonna be doing a lot of damage turn 1. Alright. Just eat a little bit more than I'd expected it to. no bashing weaknesses. I'm not surprised, honestly. It's probably one of the more outlandish thoughts I had there, but still. Figured I may as well figure it out there. Oh wait, she's not weak to fire. Ice? So yeah, I'm probably gonna end up on a pretty decent bit here. Alright, yeah, it's just true. It's true. Okay. Underboob ended up dying. That is notable. You'd think there's a boss enemy on this floor now I think about it. But don't worry, we're gonna be fine now. Then, deck charge. I'm guessing this enemy's probably gonna be one of those ones that we'll be able to fight later again. The summoning allies thing definitely is annoying. Oh wait, no, front line is protect our ally. Put it on back line. Keep everyone rolling. We should be able to manage this despite everything. The lion definitely does do some pretty decent damage, though. Actually, if I refresh the lion, will that just work? Or even better, prevent order. No, I know my human garbage. Don't worry, don't worry. Or are you commenting as though that's exactly what just happened for you? In which case, yeah, I have no arguments, sir. This is just where I am. Alright, I can definitely say the lion has certain benefits. Oh, there is no preventing that sleep. That is a notable thing to keep in mind. But yeah, feel free. Attack the whole party. See what happens. See what your indiscriminate attacks do. You know? I think I might actually put all my points into Mr. Lion. The monster collapses, a blood-curdling shriek as your final blow strikes home. You've succeeded in besting this monster. You set one foot on the monster's corpse and offer a prayer to those who fell. Your mission of revenge has been completed. Return to the bar to report your deeds. That took a bit more doing than I expected, honestly. Don't really know what exactly I was expecting, but I guess I just kind of figured it'd be easier than this. No matter, however. That was a very good stress test to see how Mr. Lion works. And yes, he is very lazy. Oh, trying to figure out how I'm gonna do this. Yeah, Etrian Odyssey is a front row back row game. Though ironically, the enemies didn't use the rows until Etrian Odyssey 4, I believe. The remakes then, of course, are going to use the row system. I believe. Cannot verify with too much efficiency. But at least for the player, front row back row is pretty consistent. Oh, happy to be seeing that you are back. I was worrying so much, I was thinking I might get a hole in my stomach. I see, so the ant leader was behind the massacre. I'm hoping Ricky will be able to sort things out in her heart now. Still, you are unstoppable, are you not? I'm most impressed. For serious, here's your award. Be taking it. Good work as always, Kanaka, and 3 vigor books. Gonna make a bad decision with these. If anybody needed vitality, it was in their boob. Seriously, she does. I don't know if the enemies have talent pierce abilities in this game. I know they exist in the later games, like just in general. Like at Trinity 2 Untold used had talent pierce abilities. Actually, I'm gonna clear out the rest of this map because this is a mist. But yeah. They lost that TP. Just that little bit left, just a little bit confused on what to give Boromire. I guess keeping the guard skills isn't a bad call though. Just making sure that everybody's got something I'm working towards specifically. That's a problem. was a worthwhile attempt at least. Right in your explicit weaknesses, so let's get out through all of this. It's going good. Got a 50 speed of God, eldritch being shaped by humans, collective consciousness of humans given form, omnipotent and majesty, earth cultures to get them. That is a very good question, Lindiar. For what it's worth, I tend to prefer more of an emphasis on that higher power, I guess. Like, the idea that it's something so far beyond you. That's even attempt to think about what exactly it actually is. It's too much. I guess for me, my thing is, I want to believe in gods actually being worthy of worship. But I suppose it's more of a philosophical discussion, isn't it? You stop at a passage dead end for a moment before heading back, taking a deep breath. The air inhalers are a refreshing scent of pine, and you can tell that it is exceptionally clear. You may rest here and enjoy the fresh air, or head back the way you came to make up for last time. Kind of hard to think of specifics on that one. I think a lot of it mostly just comes from my own philosophical view on things, I suppose. Sensing no monsters in your body, you can continue. You enjoy the tranquility of the forest wherever you fly. Do you stay here for some time, or do you think it might do you some good to remain? Even for... As a result of your long rest, the sissy became what has been fully relieved. There are limits. Not in the traditional sense. I suppose that when it comes down to it, the closest thing to a god here might actually be Yggdrasil, though. Especially in Extreme Odyssey 3. Yggdrasil seems to have a will of its own in this one. That's why half of armor got dumped underwater. Yeah. To be the blue people from Avatar? Nah, nothing quite like that. It doesn't really seem like it's there's no real connection in that regard. Gotta remember, the blue people from Avatar. Disgusting things. I need to call it. I've been at it nearly 8 hours. I didn't mean for it to go for nearly 8 hours, but here we are. So, anyways, let's take a look here. Say look at our right options. Maybe I'll give it to Leaflets and then honestly. He is still streaming. Alright, fine then. We're gonna be reading out to Mike Honey, who is currently playing Slay the Spire. Is there a meme here? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Alright, let's sit right out to him over on Twitch and see what our options are on YouTube. I'm gonna need to be a channel. starting playing Minecraft. I've been playing Minecraft. Anyways, I guess we're gonna raid out to him over on Twitch. Yeah, so, I'm EP. I'll be back tomorrow with, we're gonna be, continuing my and Dama's, book club. So yeah. Thank you all very much for watching, and I will see you guys next time. So, okay.